Hello, hello. I kind of rushed starting because I just got out of the shower. I tried to sleep as much as I could today, but I just couldn't for some reason. Then I was like, fuck it. Did my mile. Ate some pho. Chilled for a little bit. Took a shower. Now we're here. Before we start, though, what was I going to do? There were a couple things that came out. Hold on. I'm getting all my shit together real quick. First things first. Drip marketing came out for Astra after her Game Awards thing. Hold on, I have to mute Genshin real quick. So that was the first thing that came out. Looks like she's going to be Ether support. Let me turn the volume down a little bit.
I still owe you a signed poster. I'll remember.
Very
No, next time.
Robin.
I'll bring you an even bigger gift. Just wait.
If she's going to be Miyabi's best in slot, we'll see. So yeah, it looks like. Though with that, I don't know what the Bang Boo sign means in this one. But Ether support. I thought she was going to be Ice, so we'll see. I don't think she's going to like power creep. Well, maybe not like power creep, but Nicole is still going to have some use because of her like a little gravity ball that she shoots out, which is that has been a time saver for Shiyu a ton. So I'm very curious to see what she's going to be all about. So there's that. A little more information about her. Was that a little bit different? Because like this is our first Ether. Actually, no. I'm gonna have to look at Jiyuin and see if her thing is the same there. But they've been like changing this up every so often too. Evelyn Chevalier. That's gonna be that's who's gonna be showing up next patch, or in tomorrow's drip marketing. Time to get up. We're gonna be late. I don't have a minute, just one. Oh, my queen, your Rita's brightest star, the monarch of music, with an irresistibly powerful voice. Intelligent robot who gets overexcited when talking about their idol. Interesting. I wonder if that's going to be if that's one of the constructs whose consciousness we saved in that last thing. Master, asking me to purchase tickets will be considered as an abuse of my powers, as no human can press the purchase button within 82 milliseconds. Very recalling the experience of buying tickets for Astra Yao's concert. Don't you get a new hairdo where money talks? They can even strike a match and claim that it is the one and only son. Controversial internet post with over 1,000 comments. Stars of Lyra. Is that going to be like her faction? It might be. So it would be kind of interesting if that's what the idols will end up falling under that. Because if it was just her and Evelyn, and the three idols, that's 5 people. So we'll have to see how it goes. So that's the first 2 things. And this, we got some Miyabi backstory. Oh, it's 5 minutes long. Okay, we're going to check this out. Pretty liking it. Oh, look at little Miyabi. Which means this shit's gonna go dark, isn't it? You know, like the conquistadors. Oh my god! It's Mama Yabi.
When I grow up, I want to be a hero, just like the heads of our family.
Her little ears poking through that. Oh my god.
Does my little Miyabi know what it really means to be a hero?
To destroy all the bad guys.
Heroes aren't born to destroy, Miyabi. They're born to protect. But all Mommy really wants is for you to grow up safe and sound.
So it looks like Mama Yabi is the more
Because the path to becoming a hero
like true hero.
often comes with losses that can't be undone.
Oh God. Yeah, because we know she dies in like the that hollow one of the hollow like Hollow Zero disaster. I'm pretty sure. When like Hollow Zero took over Eridu. Oh, she goes straight for the sword.
So small, yet she chose a sword. Exactly what I'd expect from our most promising.
Oh, it's like
Rivals the Void Hunters.
okay. There's like sorry, I don't want to pause, but there's like a thing talking about like would you rather choose the ball or the sword? I forgot exactly what that was from, but that reminded me of that.
It's the Hoshimi clan's biggest secret.
Oh shit. Okay, she chooses
My
the sword
Miyabi
sword.
doesn't need the demon sword. I just want her to live an ordinary, happy life.
Oh my God. She's precious.
Mommy, it's time for training.
Oh my God.
Today's training is eating all the veggies on your plate. And you have to get a full 8
Oh my
hours
God.
of sleep for the training to count. You've forgotten your aunts and uncles' names again, haven't you? Then today's training is memorizing all of our family members' names.
Oh, like she was memorizing. That's why she was memorizing all of her like classmates.
Okay.
She got all that from her mom.
Miyabi, you can wear this dress when you're as tall as Mommy. In a few years, we'll travel together all across Eridu. You're good at everything you try. You just need to be a little more patient, that's all. Today's afternoon snack is your favorite, melon. I can't wait to see what you'll be like when you grow up, Miyabi. Miyabi, listen to me and close your eyes.
Dude, Hoyo's animations and all that are just so good, and they fit the
Mommy
characters so
will
well.
always be with you.
Oh, I was gonna go ahead. Oh God. Oh no. Oh yeah, there's the you see the hollow slowly expanding. Then Mama has to go to work.
This is the only way.
Oh no, she's corrupted. Bro.
Miyabi. Listen to Mommy and close your eyes. This is our last training.
I'm surprised Miyabi's not getting corrupted.
Be sad. Don't be afraid.
Because she's like built different, huh?
Live on.
Oh, and you have like the ethereal coming. Holy shit, dude!
Always.
Yeah, her and HI3, like Himiko and Welt die. I don't know anything about HI3.
Whoa! There were so many ethereals, and you...
Thank you. Thank you so much.
When I grow up, I'm gonna become a hero, just like you!
Oh, He did die and reassemble himself. Ah. Dude, holy shit, man. That was good. What are the comments saying about that? She's so cute. Chat, I'm sobbing. What's up, Light? Pretty broken. Power of reason. As long as you understand, you can recreate it. Yeah, I don't know anything about HI3. Day went from being happy to being sad. Miyabi, my beloved. Taking a break from Genshin for now. Good time to do it. I guess you just finished, what's it called? Fontaine. Or did you just see this and then you were like, oh, it's going to be time to grind, but there's nothing really, like everything's already, it's like the tail end of the patch so that we don't really have anything to grind for. Woke up, she short film. Click short film, shed a tear. It's on Act 3, okay. From the day the storm was born, and to the storm that is approaching, the story and the lore, and there it is. Beginning, she was already motivated. Really went from to oh real fast. I didn't know that's how her mom went. I haven't watched any H. Now I don't know anything about HI3. My introduction to like that entire like I guess universe would be Star Rail. But I guess if like Star Rail and Genshin are in like the same like tree, I didn't really follow all the lore too much. I kind of kept them all like self-contained to their own stories. But damn, I thought Miyabi. Well, I guess like her mom did go via like the Hollow Zero disaster, but I thought she was like saving a bunch of people and then got overwhelmed, like, you know, one of those like sacrificial things. But she did that for her daughter. We watched the Miyabi short film. It is so good. You haven't seen it? I'll play it again before we get into the thing. Okay, everybody get popcorn, get your water. Okay, one more time. Okay, at first I was like, you know what? I'll go to like C0, W1. See how it goes. Now I kind of want to go to M2, but then I'm probably gonna follow Astra. Maybe I'll just go to the Astra 50/50 because I'm sure Miyabi, Yanagi, and someone's gonna be good enough. Okay, sorry. Look at them.
When I grow up, I want to be a hero, just like the heads of our family.
Oh? Does my little Miyabi know what it really means to be a hero?
Hey, look at Mama Yabi.
To destroy all
God,
the
she's
bad
gorgeous.
guys.
Heroes aren't born to destroy, Miyabi.
That
They're
little
born to protect.
ear flick that was animated
All
there.
Mommy really wants is for you to grow up safe and sound. Because the path to becoming a hero often comes with losses that can't be undone.
Now I kind of want to know Miyabi's mom's backstory.
It's so small, yet she chose a thorn.
The rest of the Hoshimi clan
From our most
I heard that someone's power
and her mom and dad are not a fan.
big secret.
My Miyabi doesn't need the demon sword. I just want her to live an ordinary, happy life.
Look, she's been so motivated from such a young age too.
Mommy, it's time for training.
Twining.
Today's training is eating all the veggies on your plate. And you have to get a full 8 hours of
I'll check the
sleep for
Himiko thing at the
training
end of
to
the stream
count.
then.
You've forgotten your aunts and uncles' names again, haven't you? Then today's training is memorizing all of our family members' names.
See, that's why that's why she still does training, memorizing her like classmates' names to this day.
Miyabi, you can wear this dress when you're as tall as Mommy. In a few years, we'll travel together all across Eridu. You're good at everything you try.
Dude, the art is
You just
so
need to be a
good.
little more patient. That's all. Today's afternoon snack is your favorite, melon. I can't wait to see what you'll be like when you grow up, Miyabi. Miyabi, listen to me and close your eyes. Mommy will always be with you.
In the darkness, the hollow expands. The old city gets taken over.
This is the only way.
That's what I was saying, man.
Miyabi. Listen to Mommy.
That's why she was so like.
Close your eyes.
That's why this is the way she is.
This our last training. Miyabi, don't be sad. Don't be afraid.
What I'm wondering though is how like Mama Yabi was able to get corrupted.
On.
Like, I don't know if she got like the Pompeii treatment and had her like ether aptitude reduced, or if Miyabi's just built that differently. Yeah, they probably got swallowed up in Hollow Zero at this point. But then children don't really have that high ether aptitude, but at the same time, Miyabi could have been built different from the get-go. But at the same time, Mama Yabi is like... she was a Void Hunter as well. So maybe she just like exhausted herself to the point where she's gotten corrupted.
Whoa! There were so many ethereals, and you...
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Because in prior dialogue,
When I grow up, I'm gonna become a hero.
Miyabi did mention that she
just
lost her
like
mom in like
you.
that disaster. Oh. Morto, we don't know yet. Or she did just like, yeah, exactly. Like, there could be a lot to that. But at the same time, like, usually children probably have like lower ether aptitude, but then we have seen like some kids in hollows. So we'll see. And then, hold on. So, okay, before we start. So I just want to go to like the dialogue where she kind of goes over that. Chapter 2 ending. Oh, it wasn't chapter 2. It was chapter 4. So this is going to be a huge plot point because, like, obviously, they're trying to clear the name of their teacher, who was like the head of the Helios Academy or something along those lines. Oh, this is the song. God damn it. Not that one. Ba 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 ba. Here we go.
A little emotional.
Although we could only prove the fissure in Cinder Lake exists from its effects, apart.
Hold on, it's right about here. The audio's a little crunchy, but I'm too lazy to look through my VOD. Actually,
The chasm, which preceded New Eridu, was the product of the large uncontrolled hollow disaster in Eridu, often called
good enough.
the fall of the old capital.
yeah, so this is... Okay, so yeah, the fall of the old capital.
With the out-of-control Hollow Zero
That's where all that
during
happened.
The fall of the old capital. Eridu's leaders at the time detonated the 14 Shuryu pillars from the southwest to the northeast. The power of the explosion sparked a strong geological chain reaction, bringing about the formation of the chasm.
That's right. There's nothing in the chasm that can be corrupted. So Hollow Zero can't convert more etheric energy to expand, which prevents it from getting out of control.
And they're also...
New Eridu could only be built because of it. Without it,
Because they're
if you keep
containing
driving from here,
Nineveh
you'll end
too.
up on the road to the northern side of Eridu, which is really close to the throne
Hold
quarter.
on, let's go to like the
Within 10
Miyabi
minutes, you'll come
line.
upon a massive statue.
That belongs to...
Nearby.
Huh? Now? Who would come here?
So, since watching that video, you can see, like, this is all the context, right?
You're the head of Section 6, Hoshimi Miyabi.
That's correct. And you're the leaders of the independent investigation team with the exceptional guide Bangbu. I did not anticipate being bested by you.
We're honored you remember us. But being bested by us, what do you mean?
I am training to be the first to reach the Chasm Memorial. I would like to spend some more time with her, alone.
Goes straight to the monument by the protective fence and softly touches one of the names inscribed on
So
the
you're
surface.
here to pay your respects to the deceased too?
Yes, my mother.
My condolences. I hope you can find peace soon.
Thank you. But I don't intend to find peace.
Hmm? You don't want to find peace?
Indeed. I shall not seek peace until all those responsible for the fall of the old capital are apprehended. I'll catch them all. None will escape me.
Okay, I thought she expanded it a little bit more, but so through that, all we just knew was she just lost her mom because of that. You're trying to be the first to reach there, spend more time with like her mother alone. And that was pretty much it. So then, yeah, you can just like just through like the context. That's all the people who were lost in the disaster. And I remember there's like a wall of shame as well, and that's where their teacher was. Oh, I'm so excited. Pulling her in her Wenjin. Oh yeah, I have like 290 pulls saved up. C0W1's coming home whether whether she wants to or not. And then throughout 1.4, I might save a little bit and then see if how good Astra is gonna be. If she's Miyabi's best in slot, then what I'll do is I'll keep 60 pulls because if she's probably first half of 1.5, so I'll keep 60 pulls and then we usually get 100 pulls in like the first half of a patch. So what I'm planning to do is like keep 60 during Miyabi's patch, and then save all that. Then 160 to what's her name? Then 100 pulls or 160 pulls for Astra whenever she comes around. If she's Miyabi's best in slot, if not,
I'm a little out of practice.
I'm just gonna go
these
for
days.
Miyabi.
Any
copies.
conflicts around?
Husbando puller if they
I'm
do
in the
come.
mood
Thank God
for some
Harmas is free.
peacemaking.
I go for both. I do like a I guess I lean more to meta than like husbando or waifu. Like my Acheron team is 3 dudes. I have like Acheron, Jiaocho, Aventurine, and Sunday. Whereas my other team is Fushwin, Harmony MC, Firefly, Ron May. So I don't like have one preference. I don't have a preference one way or another. No co-op stream for Genshin one day, just to do domains. Don't need like. Yeah, maybe I'll like save up on like all my energy Anywho, Act 5. We are going to like the tail end of this. Shit's essentially hitting the fan in Fontaine. We have an idea where Child is. Maybe it's like the past, but so far he's just like floating in the primordial sea. I should have grabbed one of these. Meta Genshin's so easy to keep up with, barely any changes, and that we actually want power. It's that crazy. Let's go to Poisson. Star Rail's one that's a bit tougher, but a lot of the harmony units have been able to stay. But like the early characters, Blade, Jinglu, Seela, they're having a bit of a harder time. Shangling Bennett combo has been since launch, or still, yeah, that's true. So that of them, they just like kind of have, they didn't really know how to balance it at first, and then they just made Bennett just absolutely cracked. Also, isn't Genshin like the, I don't know about HI3, but Genshin is like one of the only ones who've done post-release like buffs and nerfs, right? Take Zhongli, Neuvillette, for example. Back then, Xingqiu, the water boy, would apply Hydro every sword hit. He doesn't even use his elemental skill, just straight up, just passive hits already imbued with Hydro. Like even normal attacks. Oh, let's pick this up real quick. Ultimate would decimate Pyro Shield instantly. God. And then Kuki is a really good like lightning electro healer, right? Boss for Neuvillette. I don't even remember who that was. Zhongli, the first and last buff they made. Probably because like CN, that was like CN's like favorite character, right? Because like Liwei is the like they're all like Liwei was all about like like China and all that, so they wanted obviously like the representative to be like good. I haven't fought it. Overworld.
So,
I've probably passed it.
The knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
You get interrupted trying to put on his shield. Did it take a lot longer before? Because I don't remember it taking too long when I did like the trial. It was like hold E for like a couple seconds, but I guess if you get clipped within those like that 1 second, you would just be done.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
You play Genshin. Yeah, I remember you told me. It was when you got Nuvi. '82. Fatuity intelligence indicates that this place may play host to heretofore unknown clues. Dungeon time.
Take me up.
The job before buff was just shield and Geo shields back. I never fought you guys before. What are you?
Hold on to your hats. Let's ride.
I remember Chlorind was killing this thing.
Open fire.
How long do you have to investigate? I don't know. Oh, actually, yeah, Act 3, that one was a while. I know what we have to do. Oh, never mind.
The floor here isn't safe.
Oh, ha, ha. What do we have here? Oh yeah, because you're in like the prison part. That one actually took a while to do like that whole investigation. That's primordial seawater.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Most likely the least liked act. I didn't mind it, but it did. There were some parts that were a little long. Like you had to do what, like 3 cycles or something of just doing like the eat, pick what to do, and etc.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
It was too long, but all the plot points there were necessary to set up like the Sanguine stuff, but they definitely could have shortened that by like a couple cycles, I think. Because remember when they were doing like, oh yeah, if you do this like 3 days in a row, blah, blah, blah. And then I did it. But I guess instead of 3 days, I did like, because they had like 2 shifts per day. And I thought it was just like 1. From the look of things here, maybe there's no way back.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
Use the points to skip part? Yeah, I have a lot. I've been doing that like if I'm just too lazy.
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there isn't any other option.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
It's pretty nice having like a daily skip. And then you just accumulate points by just either exploring, spending resin, question mark, and then just doing other things.
Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
One thing I wish Genshin would steal from Wuthering Waves is running up. Well, a couple things. Running up walls, or at least like well, I guess I would like put Shilonin out of the job, but goddamn, it would make it so much better. Climbing is such a pain. And then running when out of combat, not spend stamina, would be so nice. But I guess people have been asking that for like 10 years and nothing. Wish Genshin was developed in a better engine. Starro came after with a better engine. Then again, this is also open world too, with like the open world combat, but I think this is... I was actually kind of impressed like when I came back to this. I was like, damn. Looks like there's going to be a puzzle with these cubes, mayhaps. Okay.
There's something wrong with this bridge! Run for it!
Oh, I was just going to fly. Let's see. Navia is going to fall behind, and we're going to have to grab her hand. Just kidding. Oh, never mind. There it is. Oh, okay. We're just gonna just straight up fall down there like that. Well, didn't expect that. I thought it was gonna be like the typical trope where she just slips, then we have to grab her hand and help her up. But nope, that didn't happen at all. Expectations averted. Uh-oh. Genshin probably didn't expect such a hit. Didn't really set up the foundation for changes. Maybe better ways to explore. You have faster ways to kill boss. Chaska's still pretty damn good.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Uh-oh, the collective consciousness.
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
Hmm? Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Maloose. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
I don't remember if these guys were on the names of that list of people who were melted.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
Because she kind of looks like... Because I don't know if they're just look like NPC. Because I remember someone who looked like her was the widow. And that was like the husband who Navia's dad... Like, well, he was accused of murdering.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously.
The pipe's very nice.
I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
I wonder where in the timeline this was supposed to be.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
Is this for the Traveler, like our case?
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people.
I wonder if this was like the all the other women who were melted. It was kind of like they're all in one big Oceanid right now.
Karina, Desiree,
Those are the names I remember.
Julien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure those were the names of the people who got in Poisson.
And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Is this her guilt?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain.
You failed to protect us.
As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded.
That doesn't seem too bad.
Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us.
Mm-hmm.
We are inseparable.
Yep, there's the collective consciousness. It's just like the women from the serial disappearing, or I guess serial kidnappings.
We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well,
You're staying here
if that's what you think,
forever.
then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Oh. Are the two breaking free?
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Uh-oh.
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle.
Man, even in the collective, Malus and Silver got her back.
And that is how we will enforce justice.
Ugh, my head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Looks like we saved her?
It hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Their souls are in the water.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us.
I didn't catch what that frame was. Was that an Oceanid?
After all that happened,
Yep.
she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying? No more excuses!
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
See, if those guys were, Hydra, then Nouvelette's gonna have a little bit of a hard time with them.
What's with these people?
They're gone.
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
Oh, he does come to the rescue. That's our dragon.
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette.
Oh, they're starting to lose their color.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Tempted to see one lighter, but Miyabi's so close. That's true. I mean, do you have... I'm sure you have Lucy by now, too. Like, Miyabi lighter Lucy is shaping up to be a good team.
Malus.
People are saying, like, that's still pretty busted. Like, not quite the, like, Yanagi Miyabi flex, but still very good.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Aw. But at the same time, we are getting, like, a buttload of pulls for 1.4.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
At least she got to say her goodbyes to them. See, that I don't know. I haven't really looked into his kit.
Wait! Just a second!
To see how his, how it compares. Like, maybe if you were trying to go for, like, a DPS lighter, maybe? I think, does that just increase... I think it just increases his stun by, like, 3 seconds or something.
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Yeah, I figured he would show up.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
So I guess she just, like, took a dip in there, maybe, like...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water.
Oh, they turned into a dragon and save us? Well, I guess he
You were
doesn't really
just
need to.
about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment.
Well, they actually were
perhaps even
protecting.
a fraction of a second. But they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
Oh, my heart.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that are dissolved become Oceanids. Oh.
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
10% more rush red, more personal damage. Yeah, so I guess if you were going for like a DPS lighter, which some people are doing, maybe it's like his C2 that increases like the time.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
But does that bring his total up to, because it's like 15% base, right? For ice and fire. So like that 10%, it'll kind of have his ice shred match Lycon's.
Please come with me.
I wouldn't see her line again. Oh yeah, I always thought they didn't have to protect me. I think that they'd keep doing so even after death. That's how that happened.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
What's going on?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon everyone knows you're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
By the way, Siege Queen sends her regards.
Ah, Siege Queen. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
She's been enjoying it. Smart moves, definitely just wait for Miami. Got no ice damage teams. Do you have Ether at least? Do you have GUN? Because everything that's like weak to ice has been weak to Ether. At least in Shiyu, if I recall correctly.
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Siege Queen would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Fights water and resists water, should still... Yeah, you should be fine. But if it's immune, yeah.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Siegween made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
Yeah, you're the talker.
So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't
That's
going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
I mean, these are his lands. I'm pretty sure he knows like the entire geography of Fontaine.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate.
Never mind.
They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Hope Navia can get back on her feet. Well, she's been standing there.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
If only he was actually on that 5th slot. Hello, goodbye.
Open fire! Locked on!
So before I was doing like 5k damage. Now that I actually have some artifacts going, we're doing a little bit better. I still need a couple more. I just need the goblet. Oh, I just need the goblet slot for the 4-piece. And then I don't know what's this thing called? Circlets? Yeah, I don't know what slot that one's called. This area's so trippy.
Oh no, another unstable
God damn it.
path. Watch your step!
Gotta build Chaska, Farina, but oh, that's the team I want. Chaska, Farina, Bennett, Seatlali. That's gonna be the team I'm going for. Get a trial. Yeah. I did his trial. Oh, you're talking about like if for this thing, if it's a domain. Oh, someone's getting hurt.
Watch out! There are
Whoa.
rats falling over here!
Oh, that's why they got hurt. Rain Shogun with Nuclear. Oh, that's a team I would probably want to. Maybe in like the next rerun, I'll just like save. Oh, okay. That was gonna make me fall. I'll get stuck. Wait, I would like Yaimiko too. I like her as a character. Ah, shit.
Fire in the hole.
I'm trying to get a newbie weapon right now.
Locked on.
Drop, drop!
Time to say hello.
The hole. Damn it. Ow. I need to get rid of this thing first. Because that's going to be a pain. Ah, fuck. Okay, I'm surprised I didn't pick that one up. Oh, now you attack it. Oh my god. How am I supposed to dodge that? Or do I just like eat it and then... Am I just supposed to eat it and then heal through it?
Open fire. Knock him down.
God, I hate that thing. The rockets, yeah.
I'll protect us.
Because even if I dodge last second, they'll just home right in. Like, the only way I was able to dodge this is if I moved, like, vertically. Or... from, like, higher to lower. Oh, I was wondering if we could, like, move through this. Like, before, I would just, like, pop Auroron's ult and then just have the rockets hit that. It's nice that Chaska can't be bubbled in the air.
Looks like we've reached the end.
And then even if I try to, like... If I just try to shift and then... just use speed to dodge them, I can't.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
Yeah, Nuvia is a top-tier DPS.
The path sure
It's a
had
good pull.
some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There seems to be something on the wall. I saw the part. Yeah, I was ahead a little bit.
Stone slates.
Looks like Farina.
It seems like they were put here as an offering.
It's the prophecy.
Could we take them down and have a look?
Or is this an old story?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
That's the prophecy.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
Ah, the Jade Chamber. Ningguang's gonna save the day.
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
Or maybe not save the day and destroyed the place because it looked like it was raining lightning.
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Yeah, back to Liyue.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
They do seem to match.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
I get what you mean. The issue is the order of the third and fourth, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third? Where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
Second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people in the images confessing to?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Ah, is that what she looked like? She kind of looked like the Shorekeeper.
The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
That's totally Shorekeeper.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
Ah, geez, was it the Hilichurls? So they were, Conrians?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
How the heck do we get to the exit?
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. Yeah, you said yours was Nahida, wasn't it? Nope, too late. No takebacks. I'm telling Nahida. It has been recorded on the internet.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
She can see her search history. Yeah, she actually can. Take it back, you can't. Nahida, she's all-knowing.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Sounds good.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. All right. I'll be on my way then.
Nevanil let both depart, and Paimon head to the Spina de la Rusa base of operations.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best.
You did great as well, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimon's!
That chicken leg is a dessert? That looks like the cake from, that the Navy gave us.
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Who's this? Who the heck is this?
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
Mona. As her full name, Mona Magistus, the astrologist, is far too long. She permits those around her to call her Mona. Mona's hydromancy is masterful and accurate, but people are often unwilling to accept the cruel truths presented to them through astrology. At the same time, astrological tools and resources are necessary and regular expenses for a brilliant astrologist as her. But they are not cheap by any means. Due to this and her lack of financial management skills, she lives a frugal life and can barely make ends meet. However, in her own words, Mona has simply chosen this simple life to penetrate the truths of this world. For how could the great astrologist, Mona, be shackled by poverty? So I guess we're supposed to have met her at some point.
Mona?
Yes, it looks like... Yeah, I definitely did not do that. Did the stars not tell you that we might be here? Or that we might meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
Yeah, they use the stars and all. Yeah, just your typical astrologist kind of thing.
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
That, hydromancy.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name.
Okay, never mind. I was thinking about, like, Eustola and, what was her name? Matoya. But they weren't, astrologians.
There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
And, may I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
Already almost chapter 5. Oh yeah, from like watching the from the stream as well.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Megistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Megistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
I like how petty her master is. How about triple strength traveler or triple appetite paimon?
Terrible! Ugh. But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same.
Oh yeah, we know that game.
There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist.
That was like the news network, right? The one Charlotte works for or whatever?
The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
She's gonna confirm it and say everyone's doomed.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
We'll get to it.
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary.
Is that what the master's the thrice
But on the flip
magister?
side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
Thought I heard Mona. Yep.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it.
It is her.
And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Huh? Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Oh, I hope we get to meet her. She sounds funny.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
I want to meet someone as petty
Oh,
as her.
well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Well, we were making a ruckus. Try to keep it down next time.
Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us someday.
After the conversation, you decide to get a good night's sleep to replenish your energy.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, Traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Are you guys pulling for the Herda? I'm tempted. Maybe what I'll do is if I have like over 160 pulls by the time Aglia, like, or if I, like, I'll just spend everything over 160 pulls on the Herda. Actually, she's second half anyway. But then at the same time, Catarese, I kind of want to find out more about her kid. If she has a dragon that you can summon, I'm pulling. I haven't used a quantum unit in so long. Well, I guess like Fushuin, but like a quantum DPS. Sela has been benched for quite a long time. But she did her service. So I'm not mad about that pull. Why we walk past that one. And the check-in. How are we in pulls? 62? Or 63 pulls? So we're at like 83 pity currently. Well, I mean, we're at 20 pity. So it's like 83 total. Love Lenny's character. I do like him. I like how they handled the Fatui in this. Uh-oh.
Is something wrong?
Pulling plans for Genshin, it's Citlali, Farina, and then hopefully get like a Bennett along the way. Hopefully he'll be on one of those banners. Star Rail, Aglia, so I can get the Remembrance team going. Zenless, Miyabi. Astra, we'll see if she's like Miyabi's best in slot, so I'll have like that premium team. And then I'll probably skip the idols. I don't really care much for them, assuming they are gonna be after, because they showed Astra's faction. It was. Please hold. Astra's faction is Stars of Lyra. So we shall see what the rest of them are going to be, assuming it is the idols, because that definitely seems like they could fit that. At another faction is Zenless, what would it be? So you know how they usually throw like a lot of like real world kind of stuff in there? Like you had like the cop faction, you had construction maids. I think it'd be kind of cool to have like either like a firefighter faction or like a EMS faction where they use HP as a resource. I don't know if you play Wuthering, but it's like a Danjin. How you like spend HP and then regain it back. But you can only regain like a certain portion of it back, so it's not like OP. So it still incentivizes not getting hit. So say like... Alright, you had like full HP, you use like an X special, it takes you down to like 3/4. But then, or like, okay, better example. You're at full HP, you get hit by an enemy, takes you down to 75% health. That's like your max health. So if you use your X special, lose HP, you can only go back up to 75% again. You know what I mean? A Hollow Worshipper faction. Oh, like the Order, if they decide to show up. I want to see what Pulchra's kit would be like before making a decision on that one too. Otherwise, I'm probably just gonna end up getting like W engines for my current teams. I wouldn't mind Geowins, Jane Does. Maybe I'll go for like a couple more Jane Doe copies. Caesar, I want to pull Caesar. Just to use as a crutch for Battle Tower. Because Battle Tower 25 and up is annoying. Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Ah, jeez. I like how the cop trusts us enough to be like, okay, you guys help.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct. Which is why I came to ask you some questions.
The color change.
There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
Who are we having another Ace Attorney bit? Okay, so you know how the first defender, like, is absolutely nuts, like Caesar is? Easy to apply shield. Well, yeah, she's Zhongli of Zenless. But probably easier to apply. And then... Imagine... I can only imagine how busted the first support's going to be. That's why I'm going to be following Astra very carefully. And I'm getting very Robin vibes from her. And we all know how Robin is essentially a god. She's like she's essentially an emanator of harmony with how crazy she is.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
Could be the J Chamber. Should ask Ning Guang.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
She is the sin.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know.
Or the
She
whale.
is
Who knows?
herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing?
It'd be kind of funny if the whale is somehow the sin. Just because, you know, Final Fantasy X, sin was pretty much a big old... It wasn't like a whale. It was... I don't even know what the hell you would call sin, what it looked like, but... Part of it was whale-like.
I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Yeah, the front of it is like part whale, part... There's like a whale-ish in the front, and then like part whale, part frog, part drill. I always thought Sin was like one of the coolest looking things when playing through 10.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
And there's that doubt.
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She is a little goofball. Yeah, she seems to be hiding something. I say we follow her. Dang it. I guess we did need to speak with
you've
Nuvi.
been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Ooh, I want to see this plan.
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
I kind of like how this is essentially like, you know how everyone has like their Avengers moment, right? Where everyone like groups up for like the end. Oh, and this fits this theme so well.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we'll need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, we're gonna get Navia. We're gonna get Linny and Co. A few days later, on a boat somewhere in Quiet Poisson.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you
A little
to think
tea
of
party?
hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
The prison crew.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
Of course we're gonna work with them.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone.
Yep.
Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
I was wondering if he would be a part of this. Good thing he is.
No, I don't think I can.
Fremine. Forgot what his name was.
Then, how about you, good sir?
The Duke? Oh, no.
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Ah, so this is the squad for this.
That
Oh,
was a little
Clorin's here too.
long-winded, don't you think?
Okay, so the Duke has to be here too.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase.
Never mind.
Our friend here,
He's the only one who's not
traveler,
here.
has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
And we are trapping the Hydro Archon.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Clorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause,
Ooh,
please.
Clorin is the one who planned this, eh?
Huh?
Or I
Didn't
guess, like,
you
the
say
tricks.
that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
I love this squad.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger.
Classic.
As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus.
Witchers.
Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
A gnosis. Or like an opera, because that's what Farina's all about.
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Just hydro pump.
I fear I do not have any related experience.
As a dragon, dragons gotta eat unless they just, like, don't need to.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks.
Okay, well, I guess, yeah, we were talking about trapping. He would just go out and get it.
But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
The opera house.
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need.
We prey on their wants, needs, and desires.
If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Hunting an Archon, baby.
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
That's right.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Clorin's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt, because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Farina reached such a dire stage. This needs to be a thing forever for these black screen white text. This actually gives me a good time to use the bathroom, because I feel like we're going to get a cutscene right after this and they're going to do the plan. All right, BRB. All right. I love the piano piece. What you need is simply the secret she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There's neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you'll need. I guess this would have been the good time to use the bathroom, huh? Where? Here we go.
Take me up.
Oh, if I got a little closer, that would have probably killed Chaska.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
I forgot to grab my water.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
Hold on. Let me grab my water. Okay.
Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Do you feel more confident after the meetings?
Well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
What?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
Is the thief gonna help us?
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Oh, is this the old hag?
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
What a strange conclusion, but also such an interesting one. You two make such a fascinating combo, and yet even you feel confused. As such, I couldn't resist but come by for some tea and a chat.
Who are you? And what do you want with us? Yeah, this is the master, isn't it?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple.
Oh, friend's disciple. Sounds like Kafka? I don't really hear it. Kafka's voice is like a little bit deeper. I think that it's been a while since I actually heard Kafka's voice. Friend's disciple. This is one of the friends of Mona's master. Okay.
Precisely.
So it isn't the hag.
Call me
N.
N, a mage who wanders the world. At least, that's how my friends have suggested that I introduce myself.
Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Let's listen to Kafka's voice lines real quick.
Hi, Astral Expressors.
That's very different. Maybe in, like, the cadence?
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I thought more in terms of, like, tone.
People call such things fate, and it is written in the stars. It cannot so easily be altered.
There it is again. Fate. Can there really be no exception? No, can there really be no exceptions?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
The tea in the teacup is just about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Yeah, I played Destiny. Guardians make your own fate.
This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Leaving us with their dishes. Mage N. Is this the clue you're leaving for us? The unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. You slept. Someone wakes up. Or when you wake up, something happened.
I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming.
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
So I was thinking about making my title "It Hit the Fan."
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist?
Yeah, I like the little astrologian guild, or whatever it's called, like the astrologist guild.
I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Someone already came over.
Huh?
You tell Mona about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us. You don't have a use for Mona anymore if you get her? Your usage is to level up and then get some standard pulls. That's pretty much it. So you can get some more of that currency. Well, I'm the only one who actually needs that currency.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon.
They're not all
Most people would believe the
okay.
gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
That's probably why she spoke with us.
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be...
Huh?
Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying.
I thought she implied
If
that she
she
was
came
dead.
to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Hold on. Oh yeah, if she were still alive. I guess like their consciousness or something.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True. Her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Are you talking about like if Lycon and Gallagher fused?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
The end is nigh.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona. Thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Oh, she just wants to get another copy of that book, doesn't she? I think that's a good one to go to. I do not like how those kids are kind of just... Oh god, she just got hurt, didn't she? Sitting by the mechs.
Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
We're famous, baby.
Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
Oh yeah, we meant to give her information. She wanted to find out about Risley.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, The Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
That's a good title.
Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
Sure seems to be the case.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
I need to loot that, loot this. I've been holding off. Wait, is this under new management?
Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
But surely business still has to run. Also, we have some sort of thing. It said, like, look for something on top.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't already sold out for the day. And we also ate that earlier in the Poisson, or like, I think it was Poisson, like the little under the hideaway.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great.
Can't let anyone get ahead of us.
One slice of cake, please.
Ah, the deer.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too?
It's a deed,
It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
These are broken in lore and gameplay. I mean, he's the dragon dog.
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
I wonder how long that nerf lasted.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
I love this little cooking robot.
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
Oh, the nerf was, it was a rotation, okay, rotation speed kind of thing. So you could kind of just, his beam turned into an AoE if you just spun around. You just turned into like a spin to win. That's funny.
No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
I only heard in like a video about like that whole ordeal. Might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's true.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go?
Well, I'm going to internalize that. Paid much attention to the prophecy. If there'd be no cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. Good way to do it. Same for eating in general. Might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, might as well carry on.
These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
They're understanding.
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes.
Oh.
All right, let's dig in.
I was going to say the other
I'm
line.
sure this cake will be delicious.
You share a glance with Paimon and snarf down the snacks. Cakes.
It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow.
I kind of want to try some like quality tea or quality.
Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Like how we're kind of doing, well, not necessarily like a victory lap, but a trip down memory lane.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
The Steambird office. I do not remember what that looked like at all. I'm going to assume it's right. No. This is lawn. Salon Kaitat. Ah. I have to do something else. Oh, they're involved in another quest again! Steambird interview. Okay. Oh, I was close. What's so special about this one? Steambird's Tales of Humanity column is hiring assistants. If you're interested, please report to Euphrasie for more details. Oh, excuse me, city rep. Truly spectacular weather today, no? Quite comfortable. If only the weather was this cooperative every workday. I should be quite merry indeed. And speaking of work, my dear, you are here to interview for the troubleshooter position advertised in our Tales of Humanity section, are you not? I am. Excellent. You didn't ask any questions about the title troubleshooter, and thus it could be surmised that Ethan's word choice, while eccentric, is simple and easy to understand. Putting that aside for the moment, would you like to know how I was able to correctly ascertain that you were here for the job, and not seeking to ask for help in our Tales of Humanity section? Observation. Every citizen who comes to the Steambird is seeking help appears anxious and jittery, but your steps are relaxed, your expression calm. Those who are fortunate are all the same. Those who fall victim to misfortune all have their own woes. But you needn't worry. Those who seek assistance from others via Tales of Humanity haven't run into any serious trouble, so it shouldn't be hard to handle. Have a look at this batch of commissions. Oh, so instead of like an actual board, same all. Just need 50 more. So what can we get in Fontaine? Wind generating device developed by Refai, senior researcher from the Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering. After being activated, this device can provide a strong lifting force for a wind glider user. Nice. However, Due to design limitations, this device requires utilizing significant wind power to activate. The wind energy it requires it's approximately equal to that produced by the working wind glider. So it uses all the stamina essentially. So you mean I can only activate this device when I'm already using the wind glider? But the only reason I even want to activate it is to give my wind glider a push. Is that TCG? Can you craft relics yet? I think I can. Yes, I can. Oh yeah, yeah, same thing. Level 9. A few glider lore that's crazy. Is Fontaine one of them? Size wind glider gifted to use the mark of Fontaine's acknowledgement and recognition. Okay, not quite that one. IRL event limited. Oh, one of those. All you need to do is find some time every week to read through the submissions details of humanity, pick out a few commissions you'd like to handle, blah, 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 blah. Some commissions are so drop dead simple that you wouldn't believe it, but you shouldn't underestimate the value of your work. For us, the problems in their submissions may appear to be easy and insignificant, but for the reader submitting their problems, they are like a splinter under their fingernail, impossible to remove or ignore. If we can help them extract these splinters, and in addition to the monetary rewards, you will also receive the respect and gratitude of the people, and your reputation among the citizenry will increase over time. Okay, you're just telling us about the rep increase. So we're good. No need for an interview. Interview is complete before it even arrived. Okay. Sweet. There's Charlotte.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Mm-hmm.
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though.
It did have a bit of an issue.
It's all right,
It
though.
did get
I've set
flooded a
aside
little
the
bit.
amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really?
A KFC glider? Okay, that's hilarious.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
There's a Zenless collab going on right now with McDonald's. I don't think they have any in-game stuff. It's just like merch. Which still looks really cool. I would love to get some Zenless merch.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Of course. It's basically Clee's mom, Alice, telling her daughter that dragons can be fried chicken.
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
It's canon. I believe it.
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Oh boy, it's been a lot.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
Oh god.
Whew, so much to get done now.
We're gonna get the studio treatment.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible.
They're all just living life.
I'm not a dreamer,
to the
nor
end.
am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Get it, scenery.
Paimon's been thinking.
Mm-hmm.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Grab a front row seat and watch. Just like Charlotte said, suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
And until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yep, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Exactly. The adventure goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina de la Rosula safe house at the Fleuve Cendra. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. It's the calm before another storm. Guys, 2 days.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Act 5, it's a long one.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Like, I think I spent like 30 minutes of Act 5 at the end of last stream, and we're about 2 hours into this one.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
So are you under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House.
Uh-oh.
The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot? Skip through if you've seen it on screen already. Okay.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
Uh-oh.
Loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
There's the other half of the population.
And before she could respond, others started to join in. the crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archons started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
Ooh, this could be part of the trap.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet.
I wonder if she'll be in the place where that prophecy was.
That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Either that or the first, wherever the first slab would be.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Yeah, I think this is part of the plan.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Sure caught on quickly.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling.
And that is where the trap was set.
Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
And I thought they were gonna play to her like once. I thought we were gonna use the opera house, but using their sadness, that's another thing too. I see becoming a detective's done you some good.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come.
Oops. Poisson sounds a lot like croissant, and I've been eating a good amount of them lately.
This place looks deserted.
Oh yeah?
Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already.
Really?
All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
I love this theme. I'm gonna have to look at the OST, or like look through it, give it a, and then like listen, try to find like the pieces of Fontaine. Well, well, well. Is it raining like just above her, or is that just from the? He can't level up Neuvillette because he can't beat him. Oh, his like overworld boss for his mats.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Wait, is it immune to water or hydro? Stay quiet for now. Oh.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
We act.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Drop the act.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marche Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
So trying to act tough, Farina.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Ah, shit.
Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line.
Damn it, we almost got to
They
her.
haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
God damn it, just run. We'll take care of them.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
We have to get the other guys off our tail, though. It's just the silent, awkward running.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Oh, this is the trap. Oh, this is where the intervention takes place.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Intervention time. Like, Farina, take a seat. They probably caused the rabble there to chase her over here. Oh, never mind.
Paimon's exhausted.
Okay, I guess we kind of just like freestyled that then.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place isn't, or is not what I'd consider soundproof. You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Ah, shit, the water's gonna rise again.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I guess I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Farina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourselves as Farina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me.
I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time.
I love the voice actress's like emotional range.
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Oh, the sin was probably what Nahida was talking about. The Gnosis got destroyed, didn't it? Or something else that pissed him off. But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
Because Nahida was just like, yeah, that's just gonna be a guess. If what would happen if I destroyed this? But maybe it had something to do with the Gnosis. I don't know if it was like destroyed or what. I thought for the longest time it was that like judgment machine. That would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times.
I'm curious to see how it plays out.
Especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now.
And she's back.
I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. I can't just go back to a square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Farina, you might have to shoulder this burden alone. Although, I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Mm-hmm.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Exactly.
If that's the case...
There's no time left. Nah, please, Farina, just spit it out. Cutscene? Ooh. Is it better to show us? Oh, there's the trap. Okay, so it kind of was. I thought the intervention would happen in there. Good job, Linny. So I guess it kind of did.
Ladies and gentlemen,
he was about to tell us everything too.
My opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
We've done it.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Clorinda's built different, okay?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Shh. It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
I like how my the viewpoint thing's still there.
Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
That's Farina for you.
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We're so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we can defeat Farina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins.
Ah, how the turntables, though. Like in the beginning of the entire arc, we stood trial as the defendant.
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
It was a team effort.
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this
gonna
morning
countersue.
were my subordinates.
Yeah, all part of the
They
plan.
changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean
the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina.
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese...
They built a tunnel, like when they were helping with, what's it called? The rescue effort?
The volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human.
Hey, you brought us too.
My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this
They
off.
just straight up carried it. Okay. That's actually kind of funny.
We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
All without, like, alerting us that the place was moving.
So, in
Oh,
other
but that's what that
words,
earthquake was.
The
Ah,
earthquake
I forgot about
we
that earthquake.
felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
But I guess I thought, like, I guess it would have been a smooth right after that first one.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Yeah, sorry about that. We deceived you there. We deceived you back there.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight.
At the Navia falling part. Yeah, you're pretty quick. Well, you are, like, reading in your head and skipping through.
Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
I would have done it.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson.
That was genuine.
You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No, you guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hope that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrives onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine.
We were so
It
close.
matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Farina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage?
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Charlotte, bless you.
Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
You notice there next to Clorin? And Navia?
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
God, I love how every little point is relevant.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
Super practical gift. Never would have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House.
Yeah, we did.
That's one for the history books, all right.
Became Lenny's attorney.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Yeah, that one was kind of wild.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
All right.
The prosecution and the defense
One last
are both
court
in
case.
position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Oh.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
So is the true Archon the Oratrice?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
It's like a Raiden Shogun situation where she's essentially like the puppet.
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Oh, you're not saying not guilty.
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty?
Or she was hesitating on saying not guilty.
There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
Or it could be like a Yaimiko situation.
If you wish to drop the case,
I was wrong about-
can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
I thought Nouvellette was the familiar at first.
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
People only see you as their Archon because it's their long-held belief. But yeah, we never really saw her use her, Archonic powers.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. But what do you say to that?
I tried to give you the chance to surrender.
I tried to give you the chance to surrender. But what do you say to that?
If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Because you are the familiar. Gotta think carefully. What do we know to be special about Farina exactly? Inspiring women. Pro Farina on her own believes it's possible that not only is Farina not really the Archon, actually afflicted with some sort of curse. Nope.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan.
I'm sure he does.
And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It's the Conrians. Doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Where's Dainsleaf when we need him?
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
So Farina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
I don't think she's from Conria. Well, we'll see. We'll have to see the confirmation. Because, like, that's only, like, curse we know. Like, who knows? This could have been from, like, a destroyed Gnosis from the other one, so then they cursed her. Well, I guess that would still be from the... I forgot what they were called. The laws?
Well,
Is that what that was?
don't start celebrating too early now.
The Heavenly Principles, that's what
Even
it is.
if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being?
I'm liking how we're slowly getting more, like, Heavenly Principle stuff.
Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Because all Conrians also have, like, their eyes are special. They have, like, the Primo Gem eyes. Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Farina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all. Objection! Child's conviction.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Paimon, why aren't you wearing the glasses?
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
It is the law of the land.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Well, let me listen. What exactly what it was? Prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information. According to session, principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also the first and foremost. Okay.
So, you declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me.
Also, maybe the Gnosis is still in that other thing, so I wonder what the curse would
It
be.
is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day.
Well, then again, like a lot of the Archons are Gnosis-less, so. But just because they're Gnosis-less doesn't mean it's necessarily destroyed. So this one could possibly, we'll see how it goes.
But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created.
Because it could be this Farina puppet or familiar or something like that. Real Archon in here, but Gnosis-less. Or else I'm sure the Knave would have yoinked it already. And Gnosis got destroyed, thus the bad shit happening.
You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, I can put the Oratrice aside for now, but then... but then, Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon? Yeah, I remember mentioning that like this entire time she hasn't really used her powers.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
I mean, they're like a safe distance away. We saw Nuvalet like curb stomp fucking child.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium!
That's a good comeback, actually.
Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Oh.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough! That's enough.
She does have, like, immortality.
Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
The Oratrice.
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Hold on, dog scratching my door. Ah, not the timing. Okay. How to move my treadmill. Over a little walking pad. Or maybe that's not that she like can't, but won't for whatever reason. Because yeah, like knowing like she's a playable character probably made me think there's more to the story. But well, let's play out.
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she's just a human. And she's only human. Prove that she's human. Protecting the dead member's being able to prevent her from dissolving. Okay, it's only these are only relevant ones. Evidence that proves she's a human. A murder case unfolded in the midst of Linny and Lynette's first performance at Grand Opera. They were cleared. Accusations against them, their identities as agents of the House of Hearth were revealed. That doesn't seem very relevant. Turns out that Fontainians can be dissolved by water. Over the years, Vacher kidnapped and dissolved many young girls for his experiment. Trying to find a way to bring back his wife. And then none of these are relevant. Like, I guess these would prove, like, this one could possibly prove, like, that she was, like, not omnipotent. Or it could be, like, the intrusion, maybe? Because, like, she didn't fix it. That's probably, like, the closest one.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our
that was
case.
not it. Meeting Mona now, very nice. I don't think that would prove that she's human, because none of these are really relevant to Farina. We'll see. Let's try this one. We'll just go down the row because I honestly can't tell which is going to be the link. Yeah, I figured.
It has
What?
been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
They're just going to test her by throwing the primordial seawater on her?
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case.
What the? I think my dog wants to go in my bed, but I have this like a little treadmill walk pad thing on the way. So hold on, let me move this and then so he can climb. All right, come on. Put my BRB thing up, unless he wants to go outside. Okay, he just had to go outside for a little bit. Okay, sorry. Where were we? Told to believe that you are indeed a real Hydra Archon. Yes, she's trying to prove that the water won't affect her.
But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Damn, this is just like... This is the trump card right here.
Navia from the Spina di Rosula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
But she has been, like... She is hundreds of years old. Farina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Uh-oh.
Hey!
She actually...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved!
So possibly not of this land, at least.
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous.
Does she not know who
It'll
Siegewin is?
just take a few seconds. Let me see.
Because it knows like she was like mainly a part of like the prison.
That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that
She was nervous.
she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Oh, so they didn't... Because that looked like just straight up primordial seawater. That did not look like just a mix.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness.
And she did it anyway. Like, her conviction's there.
It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
What's really going on here? Farina can't have known the consequences of touching that water as a human. Can't have not known. This is too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago.
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
No going out of that one. Or coming back from that one.
Please, everyone.
Oh.
Anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Just tell us the truth, Farina.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Watch the thing show her is not guilty.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
The Oratrice. I can see it happening.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
Oh, never mind. He didn't do the Star Rail pull.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
There's the Star Rail pull.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
I'm in the 50-50, or did you get a Genshin? Not guilty?
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
It did. Can't be. Did the Oratrice just declare Farina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Oh, god damn. Hold on. Let me let the dog in. Always at the worst times. Oh, his nose is so cold. Okay, it's a guilty verdict, but...
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Yeah, I didn't expect that one. That one got me.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
Yeah, my god. She was about to just like spill the beans on the way over here. Now she's getting the death sentence. Oh, God.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the
Yeah,
Order.
that's a good point.
You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is, instead of Farina, the Oratory surrendered judgment on the Hydro Archon. But then she was proven not to be the Hydro Archon. Through this, at least.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
Thus, it's not her that got the death sentence.
But now, the Oratory seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
That she just wants herself to die. And it was truly the machine. Is it gonna be like a Zhongli kind of thing where it doesn't want to rely on the machine anymore?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Where did he go diving now? I don't like sending him out diving in the current conditions.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
With some help from the other Fatui. Oh, the first one.
That the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
Where did it end up?
I looked everywhere and finally found it
Just
at the
bottom
bottom
of the ocean.
of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
That is actually the shorekeeper, though. Well, I guess the shorekeeper came second. Or, I guess maybe like Black Swan. Got the veil, the blue. Something to do with water.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out who that was in the middle. The previous Hydra Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings. They were all Oceanids?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Oh, those are Oceanids? Oh yeah, I guess they are. I didn't know they were like... Oh, I guess... I don't know if it was like going from this way to there. I don't know what it was representing.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon
Oh.
just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
There was the thing very early on where they were talking about how they were kind of like beings from the sea, and I was just like, oh yeah, like single-celled organisms, then turn to a fish, go on land, etc. So I guess this is what they meant. They literally were Oceanids from the sea turned human.
So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
I don't think that would make it their sin.
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
So I have to check the description of stone slate. Okay. Get the order. We get the TLDR.
It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Yeah, via the primordial seawater. Yeah, so I think maybe the whale is the OG Archon now. Who knows? But I'm pretty sure that was in chapter 1 when I forgot who. I think it was like Lynette who told us about this.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
But this one's Farina. What, like child?
Well, the first slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
The stone slates in the ruins showing the prophecy describes the history of the future. The first piece is originally missing. Former Hydro Archon using divine power to turn oceans into people. But then didn't they say that like the third and fourth one were like swapped? Divine power. Truth behind the serial disappearances. Yeah, it would be that. I'm pretty sure. Because that kind of shows like the reverse can happen.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
And only the power of a god can bring them back. The stone slate in the ruin showing the prophecy describe the history of the future. The second slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, Hydro Archon and her people worshiping it together. Heaven's brought judgment. Which would verify that? Entrance, primordial sea. I know she fell into the water. I mean, we could do that one. Here, let's just do that one real quick. Literally the only person who fell.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Alright, what would show the judgment? Child? No, judgment. Judge is guilty. I know those are the only two things with judgment. The collective consciousness. It's either going to be child or Farina. Oh, I guess like Farina because... Oh. We'll just say because she is like the Archon. If it's not that, it's going to be child. Ah.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalette mentioned, and the original sin
more
cast
relevant
down
than
on
that.
the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
You know, after Natlin is probably gonna, or after Shinez Naya is probably gonna deal with Celestia. Scene basically identical that described the prophecy circulating throughout Fontaine. Fontaines will eventually be dissolved into the sea. The Hydro Archon will sit alone on her throne and weep. Yeah, it was like connecting. Oh, yeah, connecting the consciousness. That's what happens at the thing. Like, you turn into a collective. Child is floating in that too, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it's this one. Oh, it's not the closest one. So it's not about connecting the consciousness. And she sits alone. New Bloods isn't really relevant to that. Child? What? It's this one?
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Okay, yeah, I can see how that one makes sense. I guess that's the only one that's directly related to the prophecy.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
God, Fontaine is so good.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
First slate reveals that Fontainians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
You're all Oceanids.
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis.
And here I thought they were just talking about, like, yeah, they were single-celled organisms that eventually became multi-celled organisms that crawled out of water. You know, evolution.
The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
I thought that was just like the form they gave them. Second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontainians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
I didn't know there was like terms of service for being a god.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
And Child was guilty because...
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us.
Oh, and I thought it was like a destruction of a gnosis.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
So maybe the Gnosis is still around in the Oratrice, but let's see. As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Oh yeah, that's when he was doing his magic with that.
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates.
Oh, but he didn't have all of them.
Since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Okay, so those were her familiars.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind.
I get like Little Mermaid vibes.
However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
But then a lot of them just like only took the form of like one body. Well, in that case of the like the missing women.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea.
Okay, so no nose is broken. Got it.
That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
That actually kind of puts them on her side.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So what's the 3rd slate supposed to represent?
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids.
But they're also in the water, so they're not turning back.
They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is...
She shall be judged by the people?
that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the Court of Justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
Oh, sure, she's gonna be up alone in the chain, or in the in her chair.
I think I'm following now.
Well, I guess that's come true right now.
What you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
We thus actually went on and fulfilled it.
in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
I don't know.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
Well, time for us to go to Natlin and get out of here.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
I thought we were gonna feel a little rumble.
About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
Oh god, it's gonna be worse.
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact
Oh,
only be
God.
a small warning of something far worse to come.
Oh god.
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Child? The whale? Oh my god, the whale's gonna body slam the entire place.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
The goddamn whale. Damn it. Oh. Okay, I thought the child would be the whale. Okay, I was
both
I was
dream
right.
and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Oh, time to get Bismarck. Uh-oh. I got a little smaller. Immune because you're water type. And Tartaglia, you're just chilling for the entire time, just waiting for his moment, huh? Did Tartaglia get a little bit of an upgrade? New form? Wow, that's only round one. Or was his cape always like that? Oh, and back down he goes with the whale. Okay. They've just been fighting forever, huh?
That was way too close!
Wait, that looks crazy.
How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
That's right. I'd wager it's also the one that Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
I wonder if the Traveler knows anything about that.
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be
Eating the humans, or I guess like the Oceanids, whose blood is that of the primordial sea.
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
That's like krill.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
How long has Child been fighting that thing?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
So that would probably explain why he was charged as being guilty. So he could fight that whale.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Yeah.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
Oh, and because like, especially since he's been using his lightning, he's been using his well, I mean, we have his vision still, but he's been using his delusion, and we all know what happens with that.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
His name's gonna change his name to Old.
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept.
That's where Genshin Impact 2 will happen.
We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
All these, like, otherworldly beings just fucking things up for everybody, huh? The whale. I mean, we're not really fucking things up for everybody. We kind of just. I forgot exactly how we ended up here. I just remember, like, the Traveler just said, "Oh yeah, me and my sister, we just go to all planets and whatnot." Then they go here and get slapped by gods.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Sorry, I'm starting all the other games up, getting ready to spend the energy on that. Not if I have anything to say about it.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything has still turned out like this, we couldn't fight against fate. Wait, but if this is all about fate.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Yeah, they just missed the whale.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Only celestial being. Well, the only thing that can take on a celestial being is another celestial being. Even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone. Did I miss something? Huh? Us? Wait, I forgot about Farina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at that moment in the giant magic box? What is her real secret? Yeah, she's still sitting up there. Farina, ding donk.
happening with the oratories?
Oh, is she gonna reveal herself?
It is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Oh, never mind.
Farina!
I was wondering how it would be carried out.
No, I still need answers.
Is it gonna be like an AoE? Or is it gonna shoot a laser? Oh, we got Raiden Shogun. The Judgment Blade. Ooh, new outfit. Actually, yeah, we saw that at the beginning of the stream. We looked at her drip marketing. Oh, is this the OG? No, it's still her. Oh, what was it? This looks more Shorekeeper-like. Does Farina actually have this outfit? Farina? No, voice is different. Okay, this is... I forgot what the other person's name was.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, she does have a connection with the dragon.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
That's the same VA? Dude, her range is so good. And then her like way of going from like the sad to the excited.
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Oh, okay. I thought this was the predecessor, but this is, okay, the Focalor.
Focalor, why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving.
She made her own studio. She better. Goddamn, because like this entire like just area was just kind of just like a flex for her.
The heavenly principles.
Oh. Hold on. She's trying to deceive the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hold on. Sorry, I'm starting Starville dailies.
So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
So, Focalor really is just built different, huh?
I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
Yeah, it still acts pretty cocky.
Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
By the way, I thought Astra was a ice support for the longest time, but now that we know she's ether, I've been putting Lycon to work at the shop for the longest time. But for these next 5 weeks, Juyuin is going to be working the the shop. Oh, the inheritance one dreams of, between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans. I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. If Asher can replace Nicole, it'll be different, I think. Just because Nicole's grouping is so good. If Astra can do that, maybe to like a lesser extent, it would be nice. Because crowd control makes Shiyu go by so much faster.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
Less group, more buff or debuff would be... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking that she'll go with. Maybe like a team-wide buff with, you know, maybe like a Robin-esque kind of thing. Maybe some like energy regen. Because energy regen is going to be big for Miyabi and Nagi, right? Because energy regen means you get more disorder procs, more disorder procs, get that, and then maybe just like a just buff to crit damage or something. We'll definitely be following it, though.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids.
Really?
Transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
Yeah, that definitely... God, that complicates things.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Okay, so the Farina we know was essentially a familiar. Well, I guess it's... You said she's separated from her godliness from the body and spirit. Okay. Not necessarily...
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
Didn't even give her any powers. I love this outfit, though.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished.
Farina can walk on water. Yeah, pretty much Jesus. Hold on, I'm going to do one run of discs real quick. I don't want to overcap. Ah, but man, the lore, though. Let the dialogue going while it loads.
Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings.
If they made it, if like they sold this outfit, oh my god. Imagine the sales. Okay, hold on, one more time. Okay. Genshin doesn't, do they really? I feel like I would always see people talking about, oh my god, like skins, we would love like this as a skin, blah, blah, blah. Well, I guess it's maybe in like other games. Oh, look at this piece that I just got. Crit rate, well, it's flat attack, crit damage. We'll have to level that and see. Could be a decent Miyabi one. Okay, don't need to play anymore. I just needed to spend some energy. So it's free from event. Only ever one 5-star, and that's for D-Look. Really? They never really made any other ones. I feel like they would make bank off of this skin.
But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon, alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being.
You didn't think to give her, like, some powers?
I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
Well, I guess you did for the playable Farina. Sorry, I'm gonna charge my phone.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
Okay, so she both is and isn't the Archon.
It's been 500 years.
This is the godly part, the divine part.
And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
I feel bad for the human one. But I guess she, like, I wonder what her secret was then, because does she know? Well, at least now I can distinctualize, like, Focalor versus Farina. I came into contact with Farina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain the being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with the Ocean at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Farina's inner world? If I had $1 for every Archon's inner world we'd be in, we'd had, well, $2. Farina? What is she doing on stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Farina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I want to know, or what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Man, that light must be annoying to deal with.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Farina?
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you.
Don't look at me.
There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do
So the
not
stage lights
jest.
go off, please, if only for 1
Can you
second.
not feel it?
She can't be herself.
I am Focalor. The eyes of
Anyway, I can become
countless
myself. Yep.
Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Should we shut the lights off for her? Something's off. There's no getting through to her, even in her heart of Hearts. She's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way. Yeah, shut off the lights. With the power of a gun. Oh, god damn it.
Dear audience,
Uh-oh.
the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Yeah, we're doing fine. Let's wait for cooldowns to go.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me.
Oh, I didn't see what the
you
first
know.
name was. This is A Silence Without End, Chains. What was the first one? Dude, that buff from Barbara's thing is pretty damn good. That 3-star chest or book. Because that was just like one cycle from Chaska's thing. And the other one took me... Well, I guess it was still one, but it was like one like charge cycle less. So the spotlights turned off. In Farina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that a true voice? Once you get Bennett, he has higher attack buff than that. Jesus Christ. And like the constant healing, so if I get got by some stupid missiles, Chaska will just shrug that off. Is his, like, do I have to be on the ground, or does it have, like, a, sense it, like, vertically? Will it count if I'm just, like, vertically above it? Is it a, or is it just, like, the little, like, floor zone? A ticket? When did that end up here? Ah, to the Astral Express. Circle zone. You still get buff and heal if you're buff. Oh, okay, good. Nice. Either way, looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Farina. Act 1, or Scene 1, before a mirror, Farina. Use him so you should know. Good to know. The back of her hair, like she has less hair.
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
So she's essentially voice acting with herself in this right now.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
Do Archives usually have like the glowy hair? I didn't really catch that one. I know like Farina actually had some more hair just in general here.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
Should at least bless her with some power, just saying.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty.
Is it kind of like the Zenless when you have their signature, their hair kind of glows a little bit?
As for the suffering,
Well, until Miyabi comes out,
well,
her hair glows
I will
default.
admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
And we kind of fucked that up, didn't we?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
Oh, but I guess that was part of the prophecy that needed to be fulfilled.
Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Act 2, or Scene 2. Ascension speech. Farina. Oh yeah, so now she grew some hair. Okay, so I wasn't tripping. We'll walk up the stairs.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
If you're earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Enclose politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
Oh.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule.
Yeah, she's good.
Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere.
Let's let it play naturally.
Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just
But that's more like it.
How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Good save.
It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
I guess that's both the same thing. Summon courage. Resolutely. With conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice.
We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
That's a good one. Now, if you're earnest, turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship.
Then,
Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
and then bring it home. End the speech. Emphatically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
God, the voice acting is so good. Yeah, good job. Scene 3. Oh, we can run now. Now, just another day at the office.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
And that it did. Meetings, meetings, meetings.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
Deoteria.
You remembered me, and you knew of my family too.
One of those from Poisson? I don't remember.
He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Man, she played her part really well. Now what's this? Organizing the bookshelf.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it.
All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Now I can see why she only trusted us when we said that we were like outsiders. Okay, so like none of the other people can find out that she was human, or I guess like the human part of the Archon.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time.
Oh, poor girl.
But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Was she doing this for 500 years?
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near
And
Poisson.
repeat.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
Or maybe this is the more recent one.
I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about.
I don't know what the time frame is between each of these days.
I don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Back at the Opera House. And again. Oh my god.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Okay, that's where they established the name.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Oh, she's losing it.
Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder.
Oh god, the eye twitch.
Of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable.
God, the voice actress is killing it for her.
How much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago.
Oh, so this is what we heard. I didn't remember that.
Today, I didn't even notice my own tears.
Oh, the foreshadowing is so good.
Anyone about this? But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
But the voice actress did so well that I didn't like
I've conducted so
realize that
many
was Farina's voice.
investigations across the centuries. But there's not even
So then we walk by, it's like, huh?
sliver of
You hear someone
hope
crying?
that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Yeah, we're pulling Farina. 100%. 182,376. Wait, 182,376.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone.
That's exactly
More people are more
499.66
than
years.
willing to share your burden with you.
Okay, hold on. Okay, this is the scene from We Were in the Box. Okay. Sorry, I was doing the math. I wasn't listening to that. If the shoulder... Okay. That's the thing we said. This is great. I didn't think that the scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Mm-hmm.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price.
But yeah, this is showing how much he still cares about the people of Fontaine.
No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright?
And like how it's showing, like you can see the difference in like Farina's with like the short hair versus the long hair.
Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again.
Oh, and Playboy can switch between both. That's cool.
Think about it. Long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Nah, she still put it on to people.
even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Can you really, like, fool the heavenly principles?
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Okay, so I was right about the Gnosis being in that one.
Alas,
But I didn't
your
think...
understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth.
I did not think the real Archon would be in there, though.
In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Thus, fulfilling the prophecy.
I beg your pardon?
Or does she mean herself? Oh yeah, because like, okay, that one, like, it did say to, it sentenced the Archon to death.
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
Is it all for the people? So like so the sins will be forgiven?
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Oh, yeah, you know they're not going to like that. Heavenly Principle's not going to like
So the Oratrice's
that.
call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
Oh, that's what they mean by that. Like, the title.
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Including the Gnosis.
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Oh yeah, the dragons were separated with the Gnosis, so he's gonna be whole. No wonder he's a god.
In other words,
you know, in like OP.
This was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Oh my god, and they talked about that earlier too, the foreshadowing.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we?
No. Now, fucking, Arlecchino's probably gonna try to yoink it.
The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
But at what cost?
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Oh, it's gonna rain.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
The poem. Or song, I forgot exactly which one it was.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Okay, we'll do a quick 10 pull on Neuvillette.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette.
Did you give the Gnosis yet,
I
though?
hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Don't forget the Gnosis. Gotta end with the show, at least. Oh, that kind of fits his ability, doesn't it? With the bubbles that he has to collect. Oh, is this how she gets at least some hydro powers? Thank you, Farina, for all you've done. From this moment on, please live happily as a human. Just as I wish we could. Oh. Oh my god, the music.
I, Eudex Nouvelet.
Ooh, the hair, little hair things got longer.
People of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Is that gonna help take care of the whale? Nope, Rift is still there.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Oh, he's serious.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Oh, he's whole now.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal.
I don't even... Did it have a horn?
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Oh. Oh, it does have a horn. Oh, that thing looks sick. Oh, okay.
But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall tear apart
Attack it from within?
the dragon's power. We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
What am I attacking? Okay, aim for the face. Uh-oh. Oh, that was close. Destroy the Eye of the Maelstrom to effectively attract all-devouring narwhal's attention. Penumbra... Or, oh, shit, I didn't even use that.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Destroy the Eye of the Maelstrom. Effectively attract. Okay. Oh god. Yeah, the not dream drop. The reef.
Protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
All right, Nubia, where's that power? Oh shoot.
Take me up.
Also, the jump step. Oh, too close to that. Oh, I guess we used it? Ow. Oh, come on, that's a waste. Oh, that was a waste of ult. Dream Flux Reef, I think that's what the place was called. Ah, phase 2. Who's this? I like her. Oh, and she yoink child. Kind of like the Sela
Thanks for
motif.
helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
Looks like a mix of like Sela and Branya. She has like the drills, the same colored hair, the butterfly motif.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
I want her. I want to pull for her.
Actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Disciple.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
Oh my god, if we're getting her for Shesnaya?
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of a person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
After I build 2 teams, I'm going all in on Skirk.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did.
There's probably going to be some more Shnesnaya stuff
His
that we'll
name
find
is
out later.
Sertologi.
Sertologi?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
Mm-mm. Is he number 1? Or I guess maybe like number 2? Assuming the Saritsa's not number 1?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary?
Vidrolfnir.
Vetterfilnir
That name sounds
then?
familiar.
Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
I definitely miss meeting Albedo.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Ah, the singularity, eh?
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
Like even her eyes look like the quantum sign.
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
No, there's little to be surprised about, Paimon. It is natural, after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh, shit.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Well, that's gonna make getting chest a little annoying. Now we know someone's gonna fix it.
Hey! Help! Over here!
I thought they would be taking all the other boats. Like there's that one boat in the prison. Ah, there it is. It can fly?
All hands initiate emergency rescue. Hurry! Hey, lend a hand.
Look! The water's receding!
Look at the quickest flood.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
I want to see where the drain is.
The Soul Renewed! The Suina di Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, boon or bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might have been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them in that capacity.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Then we will do our victory lap next time. But yeah, I noticed that too. I was wondering about that, because, okay, here's like Fontaine, and then when we looked at Fontaine from Sumeru... which part of Fontaine? I think like we looked at it from like here. I thought there'd be a fast travel point there. I guess we'll go here, head west. Also, we're gonna do a quick 10 pull on Nouvelette's banner real quick. Especially after Dragon Man got his what's it called? After Dragon Man got his full power. Just one 10 pull. It was worth a shot. This way. Yeah, the seat. There is no seat.
Let's dance. La, 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 la.
Yeah, no Celestia. They didn't
Take me up.
get smitten down by the what are they called again? Okay, yeah, there's Fontaine. I guess that's like a... Yeah, this is like the harbor. But I guess it could have been like contained in that particular spot. There's a Sumeru. There's like the desert. I think that's just the floating abode in Liwa. Yeah, just made him a little fish tank. Gods do work in mysterious ways. We got you to like C2. 1. I like doing the little basketball thing with her. Oh man,
When you lose your
the Fontaine storyline is really good. That one's definitely definitely
gaining
a
some
favorite.
altitude can bring some perspective.
I can see why that was a lot of people's favorites. Laziness wins. And we'll finish that up. We'll do that later. I thought there would be more to that boss fight, though. Yeah, chapter 6 usually. Then you're probably gonna see like Dane's Leaf. It usually goes like Archon quest, a little bit of Dane's Leaf, and then on to the next one. Now what's going on now? What are you staring at? Something quite significant that you would like to inquire? Oh no, you just want to take. Oh right, because Nahito is taking over for her. Seems like a seasoned adventurer. You could say that. Well acquainted with the Adventurers Guild. Have any questions for Guild? Feel free to ask. Oh, what now? Commissioner our village. Just say add Astra Abyssosque.
Add Astra.
Oh, thank God.
Thank you for.
Yeah, maybe
Astra.
meet Sister again. Do a little bit of the Abyss Order storyline. That's probably what's gonna happen. Anywho, tomorrow we finish it up and then go to the Natlin storyline, eh? Oh, I did not mean to do that. I just wanted to hover over it. Oh yeah, I forget it's a brother. Okay, got all that. Resin. I'll just do some farming later. Oh, I should maybe use one of these keys. Again, you. That's Albedo. Mutal, Eula, I unlocked her. Can't get Yaimiko yet. We can get this crew. Divelet! Unlock. Almost. Xianyun. Who else I want to unlock? We got Raiden Shogun Part 1 unlocked. We got Zhongli's unlocked. Can't do that one. I mean, I'll be getting keys pretty quickly anyway. Nilu. I don't want to accept it. I just want to unlock him so I don't overcap on keys. And then Linear Bro. Alright. And we have so many things to do. Goodness gracious. But that just means more content for us anyway. What's our pity at? So we did a 10 pull. What was that? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 24? So we're at 34 pity. And we can get 2 of these bad boys. All right. And then All right, so next stream. Let's see, what day is it? Technically the 15th, so later on. We'll start Natlin. Okay, we'll finish this up. See, actually, we'll probably finish this up because, you know, the interludes actually, it takes a bit of time. Start Natlin on the 16th, and then the day after that, we pull for Miyabi. Oh, yeah, the Himiko animation. We'll check it out. And then we'll call it. Thanks for reminding me. Final lesson. Got it. Thank you. Himiko. Honkai Impact. Third animation. Actually, hold on. Before I do, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh, I've been holding that for a while, and my BRB didn't show up. Oh, probably because I'm on a different scene. I need to add one to this one. Okay. Huh, so I guess like HI3 is a lot more like mech like very techy, yeah. I kind of like the futuristic sci-fi setting. This is really cool, actually. How do you think you can run away? Oh my god. Just turn into a goddamn like Rubik's Cube. Little Rubik's Cube grinder. Or she can pull out the Obito Uchiha.
キアナ、あんたが目を覚ました時、全てが変わっている。世界はもう美しくない。平凡な日常。
I definitely have seen the name Kiana.
でも
So I guess that's the MC's name.
何があっても諦めないで。
潰しに乗るな。
All of these abilities like actually just bonkers.
少佐少佐
少佐
少佐姫子、私は最強のバルキリーになるの。
Look, I should turn into Firefly. Like, if you showed me this without any other context, I actually would have thought it would be like an anime and not a cutscene from a game.
これで授業はおしまいよ。
So I take it the MC got manipulated. Because that's why I thought like the MC's name was Kiana. I was wondering what she meant by like wake up. By the way, no way, were you here when we watched the Miyabi character demo trailer, whatever it was? Because you know how we were talking about, I was just talking about how this is like straight up from an anime. Okay, we'll watch it one more time. And then I'll call it tonight. Probably downstairs, but see one from a while. Okay, this is brand new. Animated short film. This was so good. Oh, heard a space station? Okay. I didn't know that was one of the curios.
When I grow up, I want to be a hero, just like the heads of our family.
Ah, look at little Miyabi.
Oh? Does my little Miyabi know what it really means?
Look at Mom Miyabi.
To destroy all the bad guys.
Heroes aren't born to destroy, Miyabi.
The OG Void Hunter.
They're born to protect.
Or one of the OG Void Hunters.
But all Mommy really wants is for you to grow up safe and sound. Because the path to becoming a hero often comes with losses that can't be undone.
But God, like the art is so good. It really reminds me of like kind of like the old school anime kind of. Maybe not quite old school, not like Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z old school. Which is games, dude, right?
My Miyabi doesn't need the demon sword. I just want her to live an ordinary, happy life.
Like, these scenes are just so good. And again, like, you could show this to someone and say it's like a prequel to an anime, right? And they would totally believe it.
Today's training is eating all the veggies on your plate. And you have to get a full 8 hours of sleep.
The
for
comical.
training to count.
This kind of. I guess this kind of shows how like insane she was even as a kid,
You've forgotten your aunts and uncles' names again, haven't
wielding
you?
hammers like that.
Then today's training is memorizing all of our family members' names.
Okay.
Miyabi, you can wear this dress when you're as tall as Mommy. In a few years, we'll travel together all across Eridu.
Like all of these
Good at
scenes, man.
Everything you try, you just need to be a little more patient. That's all. Today's afternoon snack is your favorite, melon. I can't wait to see what you'll be like when you grow up, Miyabi. Miyabi, listen to me and close your eyes. Mommy will always be with you.
God, the way they did all of these for each character and it fits them so well is so good.
This is the only way. Miyabi. Listen to Mommy and close your eyes. This is our last training. Miyabi, don't be sad. Don't be afraid.
Okay, one more after this.
Live on.
What did confuse me about this scene is how the mom was getting like corrupted, but at the same time Miyabi was built different as we saw from earlier and now, so she probably has like a much higher ether aptitude, so she has like a much lower chance of getting corrupted. I also just noticed those are Keats and the tails didn't.
Whoa! There were so many ethereals, and you...
Thank you.
And she is the youngest Void Hunter, as we can see. Like, why?
When I grow up, I'm gonna become a hero, just like you.
And the Heliobus. That's her tail. Oh. So that's essentially why Miyabi has like a huge disdain for whoever caused Hollow Zero, because that's like that, like Hollow Zero, like the big hollow that's like in the middle of Eridu or whatever it was. That was caused by like the people. Well, I think it's blamed on the people of like the Helios Institute, who are, or I guess like the teacher of Wise and Bell. So there's gonna be like 1.4. There's definitely gonna be some tension between Miyabi and the main characters. So that's why I'm very excited for 1.4. The storyline can be so good. Okay. Teacher a Hollow Worshipper. No, they're trying to clear her name. So we're gonna find like the truth of like who actually was behind it. Ah, Branya. Oh, okay, that's Kiana. Okay. She was like the last. She was the one who called like Himiko like Aunt Himiko. Oh, that's Branya, with the corkscrew hair. Oh, I love the ideas of all these enemies, though. Dude, Hoyo must have even been making bank through Honkai Impact, huh? I mean, they call it Honkai Impact 3rd, right? But it was, I guess, like there was like a 1 and 2. Ooh. I just have to have a little bit of fan service in there. Dude, this art style is really fucking cool, though. Oh, I think. Oh, was this? Okay, that was who Himiko was fighting then. So did this play in game? Like after like a fight or something? This was in, dude, that's nuts. I can only imagine how expensive it was. But then again, I guess this is all like done in-house too, right? But still, like making an anime, that ain't cheap. That's why everything is just done in engine. Oh, they always have to have their own like dimension, huh? It's also something you wouldn't expect from like a gacha game. Is that like Topaz? Is that the Infinity Gauntlet? Oh, she's gonna hit him with the Getsuga Tensho, isn't she? Oh, not quite. These are so over the top. It's insane. I love it. can only imagine how these fights would be. Oh my god, she's going Super Saiyan. Can you imagine? God, the budget. Okay, hold on. Let's look at all this. Yeah, imagine like the budget for all this. Bro. Because I like animating and then doing all that. That's a lot of resources. Like, it's so much easier to do a bunch of stuff like in engine. Okay, I'm not gonna play it anymore just because I don't know if the music's gonna like. People aren't gonna like that. The people who the bots that look at, oh, you're listening to music, you can't do that. Oh, I should have played it on Brave. God, that's insane. How, but it's also understandable how they didn't do that in all the other games. Without knowing the context, you get pretty attached. Yeah, you know the classic, like, okay, she's just saving her friends, doing all that. And you can tell they're close to them. And then when they got very, very hurt, she would ascend. You know, typical anime stuff, but never gets old. You always love seeing stuff like that. Anyway, I'm gonna get some food. Tomorrow, or I guess later today, you know the drill. We'll finish up Fontaine, probably see our boy Dainsleaf, maybe progress the, what's it called, storyline. Some more like Conria stuff, maybe some Abyss Order, maybe. Because that's what the formula has been so far. By the way, oh my god, what's her name? Skirk? Yeah, we're saving for Skirk. Maybe what I'll do is just like screw the second team. I don't really care about clearing a Spiral Abyss. But maybe I will. We'll see. We'll just build my Chaska team and then see who I pull along the way. While keeping like 160 or like 300 pulls saved for Skirk. Whenever that comes around. Which I assume would be Shneznaya. So I got a couple of patches to save. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out, chilling, chatting, lurking. It's been nice going through the Genshin MSQ. But yeah, those are the plans for tomorrow. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day, night, morning, whatever time it is. See you guys next time. Later, later, later.